Hello, hello, Lawrence. What's up, dude? Right as I was about to hit start, man, I got like nervous. Little butterflies all tingly and stuff. Weird. I don't like that. I don't like that. Hope you're doing well. It's been a little while since I chatted with you, man. I'm actually gonna write it down. Ah, you're hitting the mic. You're booping in the paper's ear. Yeah, I need to. Oh, look at that. Ooh. I gotta write something down. You want to chat for a moment while I get this written? That would be wonderful. We're going to be turning diamond painting pens, and they're really cool. They're translucent, transparent, a little bit of candy aspect on there. But yeah, it's really cool. And sanding nicely, apparently, and stuff like that. Candy is.
That's what I heard.
That's not what I said.
That's what it sounded like. Here, I'll show you some of them. They're very pretty. They're not candy apples. Anyways, these are called Just Treats, aka No Tricks, Just Treats. That's the theme we went with because I wanted to do not dark colored pens this week after doing, we did, we called them Shadow Wielder, but they were like pretty much all black with black glitter, a little bit of color shift kind of red going on, but they were very dark and kind of an absolute pain to sand. These are pink, green, and blue, and they're so pretty and sparkly. And then they have, I know y'all can't really see them from here, but they've got candy shaped glitters. But they're not like regular glitter, they're like these funny kind of papery ones. They turn and sand pretty nicely. Right, John?
Oh, yeah, you turned them?
I don't know. They look nice when turned.
Oh,
they're like,
gotcha.
You know what I mean? They're smoother after you've turned them than some of the glitters that like to be the problem. Memorial pot.
Oh, right on. Good deal, man. That's awesome. I think last time we chatted, you were working on that, or you were, yeah, something like that.
Sean said he wants me to record something, but I don't. So what he wants from me, so he said to go write it down. Yeah. We have been busy as always. We typically are. We're outside of show season, which is great. So for Maverick pens, we're working on pumpkin spice. John finished turning them. I just knocked something over. Oh, it was the air compressor. John finished turning them, so now it's just on me to get all the pumpkin spice stuff sanded. That'll be a drop on Maverick pens. And then we're doing our regular diamond painting pen stuff every day, all day, pretty much. And next week, Stella is getting surgery. Pretty minor one, but yeah, that's gonna adjust our schedule, and we'll see if we end up doing much work for a couple days. Oh, you can't hear? He said he can hardly hear me.
You're mumbling.
I'm not mumbling.
It's to muffle the sound on the. Well, you can turn the thing up.
Okay. It looks like it's the green one. Can you hear me better now? It was just flipped right here.
Well, you talk a little louder.
I was talking loud. Am I supposed to yell at everybody? I don't want to yell at you guys. Lawrence, can you hear me better now? Ford handcrafted woodwork says I'm better looking than you.
What? That's not your type.
John said,
not your type.
He's not your type. That's okay. John is writing something down that he wants me to record. I don't know what it is. So I've been put in front of the camera to talk until he comes back. He's just over there. But yeah, he's gonna be turning diamond painting pens today. gonna be a blast. I don't know how he taught for 4+ hours. Michael, by the way, Scotland, just in case you hadn't clicked on your profile. You have Scotland, very cool. I'm sure John knows this. I'm not as good with names, details, nationalities. I want to go to Scotland really bad. My brother went in September, early September, and said it was amazing. So that's super cool. And then my parents right now are on a river cruise down the Danube. They've been to several different countries. They started in Prague. They're currently in Vienna. So I'm jealous. They keep sending me pictures and it looks really cool. But yeah, they're pretty colors this week. I look too cute. I'm sorry. Thank you. You're welcome. I don't know. Exactly.
Yeah,
You've been a lot for the one. Oh, they were asking all. That's right. I see. I'm not the streamer normally. I'm not usually the person here, so it's cold and wet. It's hot and humid here a lot of the time, so cold and the wet sounds. I don't know. It's gorgeous though. I want to go. It's all green and beautiful and castles, and there's none of that here. Too cute that I can invade every country between mine and your country just to meet. I am happily married to the person who was actually going to be streaming. But thank you. That's
You know what? We got some pin shows. You can come visit us at.
That's quite something. Take that any day. Yeah, I would get sad with cold and wet, to be honest, if it was like that all the time. We are pretty lucky that where we are in the US, we get decent seasons, like mild seasons. So we get winter, but it's like not too cold. We sometimes get snow, and then the summer is kind of hot and humid, but it's pretty nice. Smells like cold. That's okay. At least he's a complimentary troll. You know, there are worse things to be complimented, I guess. But anyways, yeah, it's supposed to be fall, but it's not. What today's supposed to be 80-ish. So I'm kind of ready for fall. We can get 4 seasons in one day. Yeah, we get a time of the year where it's kind of like that. Like this morning was definitely flannel weather. It was like 50 this morning, and now it's almost 80, and I had to go get John a t-shirt, and I've got the fan going now. He'll probably have to put on the AC. So it is that time of year where we're getting cold in the morning and then super hot during the day, and I'm ready for it just to be fall weather. But then that doesn't last very long here. We get like a couple weeks of nice fall weather, and then it's super cold in our workshop, and then we got to get the propane heater going and all that stuff. So at least right now it's manageable with like a fan. Yeah, I'll be standing all day behind the camera because I can't talk for 4 hours like John. Currently 7 Celsius, Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's, what is it? What's the Fahrenheit conversion? Is it 2 point something? No, well then what's Fahrenheit? 3 point, less than 30 degrees. Sounds cold. I don't like cold. It doesn't usually get super cold here. We have a very short period of time where it gets less than 30, less than freezing here. So, the problem with that too, so we have like some insulation panels on our garage door here, but like it's the rest of it, it's not an insulated garage. We have one wall that's the house wall, and then it's a regular garage. So it does get pretty chilly in here. And my problem with it is when I'm sanding, my hands are in water and are wet all day. So that can get really chilly. I think above 10 Celsius is t-shirt weather. No, I'd be freezing. I'd be so cold. John can attest to the fact that if it even gets chilly, like I will start turning purple. Like my hands start turning purple and my So I'm a fair weather person, I suppose. We lived in the desert for a while in Arizona and New Mexico in the US, and I loved Arizona where it was like warm all year. Like winter is 70 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 60. They get like very rarely get snow. We were in Tucson, and you get blocked. See, that's not a compliment. That's just sticky. Yeah. Perfect. Anyways, and I kind of miss it. It gets like, and there in the summer it's like 115 degrees, but it never bothered me. I kind of like the hot, dry heat. Different breed over here. Can be problems with that too. Yeah, getting the good ones tonight. Twice you offered John to moderate. Oh yeah, that's right. So funny enough, John doesn't really get many trolls. I'm assuming I'm getting the trolls because I'm a girl. That's got to be like the only explanation here, because I sit there and also watch John streams. Well, I don't listen, but I'm like watching the chat, and he doesn't get many people that hop in that are rude. I get all the rude people, but I'm not in my summer outfits anymore, so maybe less rude people. Got to be all bundled up, but yeah, I do think that's why. Anyways, nice-ish weather today. What are you doing? How are you writing like a memoir over there? Don't kiss me. Offer still stands to let you know. This is his thing. Only you can talk.
I mean, I can talk to you.
Oh yeah, I am talking.
You can't talk to me.
Oh.
You can talk to them.
John said that.
No, you. You will mess me up.
Says that I can't talk to him. I'm messing up his thoughts. He can talk to me, but I can't talk to him. But I can talk to you guys. So that's what I've just been told. Anyway, the ones that we're doing this week are standing super nicely, especially after doing dark colors last week, which is a plus. We are doing some extra stuff because I'm taking a few days off and John is early next week because our younger daughter's having surgery. And she's 10, but she's the baby, so she likes to be big bead. And that's what we plan on doing, at least for a couple days. Go back to the aluminum cast, and the crayons didn't work like you. Yeah, with crayons, because they're wax, like, if you try using wax and you get, like, resin and wax together, they're just not gonna bond ever. It's just gonna come right off or out. The aluminum, I don't remember what you're doing with aluminum, but we've definitely had like aluminum honeycomb blanks before, and that's kind of, sometimes the resin will like pop out of the places in the aluminum, but I've seen some cool ones that just have like ribbons throughout. Oh my god. Oh no! Sorry, my earbuds are bothering me. We both wear earbuds here because it gets pretty loud and they're noise canceling. Pissed because I really wanted to make them work. They look so cool. Yeah, I bet. I can't tell you the number of things that we tried in the beginning for resin that I really wanted to work and just would not work. All kinds of stuff. Some stuff floated, some stuff sank, some stuff just wouldn't bond. One time I tried to use these pigments that I was so excited about. They're those thermal changing pigments. So like if you submerge them in hot or cold, it like changes the color. And I had my silicone blank block, and I was making those blanks, and apparently this particular stuff that I was putting in there was water-based, which I didn't realize. It didn't like say it on there clearly, but I also didn't like look super closely. I just assumed that it was safe for resin. And the resin, like when you put something like in there, it foams up like crazy. It destroyed that mold. It like busted out the side and it crumbled everywhere. It was awful. Brass shaving sink. Are you doing it in a block or in a vertical mold? Because the only thing for shavings, so we haven't done metal shavings, but I have done like cordite shavings, regular resin shavings, stuff like that. What I found that you have to do, or that we do, is we do them in a block mold instead of the vertical mold. I make sure that there's enough shaving to fully pack the cavity suspended in a block, and especially if you're in a colder climate, you might want to have a temperature gun for your resin. I don't know what kind of resin you're using, but temperature is super important. And potentially like a heat gun. That's what I use in the winter when my resin won't get up to temperature, because if it doesn't get up to temperature, it doesn't start curing, and that like whole process doesn't really kick off correctly if it's not the right temperature. I know that some people, I don't know about blocks, especially the PVC blocks, but for the silicone molds, some people actually heat those up in like an oven prior to pouring so that the resin stays warmer, and you get, if you're doing colors, better separation, or if you're putting stuff in the resin, it is more likely to stay kind of throughout instead of sinking. But I have the same issues with some glitters. If my glitters are too heavy, like that happened last week with some of the ones that I was doing, is they sank to the bottom and then made the ends really weird. But yeah, that's my tip there. Temperature gun, and look up what the temperatures for your particular resin are. Are you ready now?
Mm-hmm. I had a fantastic analogy that I wanted to write down.
Okay.
That way I can make a little clip on it.
Okay. Sounds good. And you want me to record this for you later?
I can do it later.
Fine. He was literally like right over there. He just had his little notebook and wanted to get his thought down so he can record it later, I suppose. Right, John?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. He said it's going to be a long stream today. He has to grill tonight, though, so he's got until dinner time. Like 5. So that's like, you know, what? 3.5 hours? Yeah. 3-ish hours. What was your longest stream that you did?
8. 8.5.
That's a long time. We've been playing video games in the evenings together. It has been fun. That is something that we have enjoyed on and off throughout our almost 15 years of marriage. And before, no, I guess we were already married. I think we were married when that first Skyrim came out. We were nerds and went to like the GameStop at midnight and like waited when they used to do that for video game releases. Yeah. BW Wordworks is going live at some point today.
Him and I have been, we worked on something a little bit that we got sent over to him, so I wasn't going to spoil it. I was going to let him kind of have that thunder.
I need to check the tracking on that. I haven't looked. It was so expensive.
Well, we split the cost.
Yeah, well, he's gonna ship it back, which is fine. I just, it was heavy. It was a heavy box. Ida, hello. Nice seeing you. I'm just chatting. John is getting set up. He is going to be turning diamond painting pens and talking. Oh, he did get the block.
What?
Ford, Michael said that he got the block. He must have shared it.
Oh.
We haven't been on the internet
Social media,
or the
they've been
social
video
media,
gaming.
to be honest, recently. So we definitely need to check that out. I'm excited to see what he does with it. We bartered for it because typically we won't let anyone use our stratified material, but because he's sending it back, we're like, cool, do what you want with it, and then I'll keep it with the sweets. Yeah, I put some American candy in there for him. Hello, how are you doing today, Brian?
Brian!
John's
Sorry I didn't call you, dude.
been busy.
It's been crazy.
But good to know that he got it. I hope he enjoyed the candy. I did some Googling and I was like, what candy would, they want? And like things that they can't get. So the top answer was like jelly beans. I think I sent Sour Patch candy and then Skittles. I think that's what I sent. That's part of why it was so heavy, but you're already shipping something internationally. It's way more fun that way. He loves jelly beans. Oh, me or him?
What?
He said, ugh, I know how you feel about me.
Oh man. I'm just trying to pace out the workload that I've got in store for you. Letting you get caught up on your other stuff before I
You made a video on it? Good. I will go watch that. Like I said, I'm not a big YouTube person. Like I don't know. I don't look around on YouTube or watch. I get very social media burnt out because I run our social medias, mostly for the butterfly effect wears, but I try to do some stuff on Maverick 10. I'm working on it. Social media manager. John gets to deal with his own for Maverick Workshop though. I cannot handle anymore. Like I've multiple times tried to make a personal like social media, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, and then I never post anything on it because I'm like, I just don't want to at that point. We have to watch his video unboxing the candy and the block.
Well, maybe I should make a video watching the video.
Sure, reaction video.
And then he can react to me reacting. It'd be a perpetual loop.
No, too much.
Let me get then we'll be good.
Setting up the AC. Like I said, 50 this morning, 80 now.
But yeah, I kind of mentioned some of the things to Brian already.
Okay, good. Hi, Vinny.
Vinny, how you doing, buddy?
John is getting set up. I am sitting and waiting for him to be done setting up.
You still watching too? Why don't you just be on screen?
I have done my talking.
No, why don't you just jump on the screen? You can watch it too.
You mean move and go over there?
I'm just ribbing you.
I mean, that's what I'm gonna do anyways. Do you want me to leave yet? Is the question? No, I'm gonna go with no, not yet. You don't have to do that Malia one, but yes, you have to do that one. That was just a regular. Yeah, getting all those blanks together. They need to be done for this week, and then he's already partially done next week because we're taking part of that week off. And then we're going to get further ahead because I'm going out of town in November for a girls trip with my mom and my sister. So he gets to be dad in charge.
Mr. Mom.
Not really Mr. Mom. We've talked about this before. At this point, John has been home full time with us working together for 5+ years. So our parenting is very equal amounts. Like a lot of times we're in charge kind of like different parts of things that I make him do or I'm in charge of or whatever. But parenting wise, totally equal. When the kids were babies, yeah, then I was, mostly in charge.
I mean, you're still responsible for it.
Well, of course, so are you, though.
No, you do all the doctor's appointments, stuff like that.
Well, they shouldn't have any doctor's appointments while I'm gone, and if they do, you will survive. They are at the point where they can do most of the talking at a doctor's appointment. When I took Stella to the ENT to get diagnosed for this surgery that she's having on Monday, so long story short, she's been on allergy medication for like 5 years because we thought she had seasonal allergies. We finally got referred to an allergist. They did the whole back panel, and she turns out is allergic to absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing, but that child has not been able to breathe out of her nose for years, and we just thought it was allergies. So we immediately went to an ENT. They scoped the back of her, like up in her sinuses and in her nose, and her adenoids are so big that they block off her nose essentially. So she's having surgery to get those removed on Monday. It's super quick, 20 minutes. So she has to go under, but it's only a 20-minute procedure that's minimally invasive. Said that she shouldn't have much pain. So we're excited for her to be able to breathe. You're having issues with the DAC tips being consistent threads. That's a pain. Did they change their threading? Because we bought a few of the DAC tips, but it was a little bit ago. But we also typically don't get requests for threading them. It's every once in a while, and then once I tell them that we're not going to thread already existing pins, but would thread like a custom pin, then they're like, I don't want to do that. So, which I'm okay with. I don't really want to deal with people complaining about threading when it's like us trying to be consistent and they're not. It depends on the tips and stuff. So I almost feel like we have to have the tip that they plan on using to be able to thread it so that we know it fits correctly, so that on the other end we don't get like bad feedback because they blame us for the stupid tips not being the same. Which luckily it doesn't happen to us too often. Oh, those my bushings?
Yeah.
You found Brian's bushings. I got John's pair, which is essentially a new pair for me because mine start getting very curved after sanding. And yeah, I don't want to hurt myself on them. So I got John to give me his bushings.
We could trim them down the corner there, but I'm just lazy.
We'll just buy more bushings from Brian. At
Yeah.
some point they changed it. Yeah, I wonder if they've had issues with the tariff stuff and prices, because I do know that diamond paintings specifically are all produced in China, all of them. I don't think there's there's definitely nowhere in the US that makes the canvases and stuff. So I'm assuming their tips are also probably from China. I don't know. I don't have to deal with that side of things.
Sweet. All right, I think we're good now.
Tell us gonna be home in like 30 minutes.
All right, stream's over in 30 minutes.
Tell him no. He's been playing all morning.
Playing?
Oh, my phone. My new iPhone's supposed to be here tomorrow.
See,
it's not
I was
working.
playing some video games this morning, right?
You have to
You got to start the day. Now, it's playing video games when I'm not streaming, but if I turn the stream on, you'll see it as working.
It is
weird.
More like working. Well,
That's weird.
You playing isn't gonna do anything to help anybody. You just enjoy it, which is fine until you do it too much, and then don't do your work or don't sleep, which is a problem. I'll go to bed and then he won't for a long time. 2 tips. The thread is not the same. You need inserts, and one tip works and the other does not. They told me they're supposed to be the same. Nope, I don't want to deal with that. That's super frustrating. And it makes
frustrating for customers.
Oh
too.
yeah, I bet. Like, what pins are they supposed to be using? Just the DAC ones? Like, and do they even fit their own pins at this point? Like because DAC uses the acrylic pins, which I'm sure thread's a little better, but man, those are.
They do not. They don't stay in right.
Oh, they don't.
No, because it's too hard of a material, and so it's just super hard.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
The one you have is 6.5 by 0.75 pitch. Yeah. I don't do the threading. My job is to sit here and look pretty.
Yeah, you're doing good too.
Thank you. Maybe fishing a little bit. The other one is 6.5 by 0.8. No, that would be. I hate that. I hate that for all of us, for customers and for people that make things. And they go messing things up like that. Because then you don't know who has what size. Sleep is overrated. No. I need my sleep.
Me need sleep.
Me need sleep. Me need sleep. John doesn't need as much sleep, which is the whole thing, by the way, that women do actually need more sleep, for one. Two, I don't sleep very well because I have a chronic condition that wakes me up a bunch of times in the middle of the night. And also, John did specific training where they, on purpose, like, kept him awake so that he could do things even extremely sleep deprived. So, guessing they're having issues. I bet they have a ton of customer service issues with having a completely different size come out. And then
you know what DAC should have done is left it to the people that actually do it.
The making pens?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking about the tips. They shouldn't even done tips. Is that what you're saying?
No. Diamond Art Club?
No.
Why don't you focus more on the club part?
You know, they came out with scented putty, too. But you know what scent they did?
Nonsense.
No. Well.
Ha!
I'm sure they came out with regular, but guess what?
That went over your head initially.
You know what
it took
scent
a second.
that they did?
Vanilla.
Rose. Ew.
What's the most expensive
It
flavor
is the most expensive.
you could get?
Well, I guess it could be a flavor. But it also, here's the thing, because I make scented putty for our diamond painting people. I match it to the blanks each week. I used rose oil once in like a vanilla rose one for Valentine's Day, which smelled just like real roses. Like I used real rose oil. People hated it. People hated it. So never again with rose. And I don't blame them. It's not my favorite scent either, but you made 75 inserts that don't work on the customer tip. They fit yours that you ordered. Oh no, that sucks. I hate that for you. That's such a bummer. What's up, dude? Nothing. Nothing's up.
I was just thinking if we had that problem, what I would do to solve it. And it came up with a couple ideas.
John said he's solving your problems in his head. Maybe he'll let you know what his ideas are. See, here's the other thing, too, about the way he thinks and I think. So when I have not necessarily a problem, but a complaint, and I just want to complain and be heard, John immediately is like, here's what we can do. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do any of that. I just want you to listen to me. But I think that's a universally man versus woman kind of thing.
Might be a dude thing, huh?
I guess so. I don't want solutions sometimes.
I just want it to stay a problem, okay?
I just want to complain about it, okay?
Gotcha.
I'll figure it out at some point, but right now I just want to complain about it.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, Brian, if you need to find a place to send those,
what are you going to do with that?
I'm going to make tips. I'm going to make pins and then thread those specific ones. Yeah, let's make some lemonade, man, you and me. And speaking of which, you remember Kevin Parnell is hanging around. He started a lemonade stand. He says it's going pretty good.
That's so crazy. And,
It
and they're in
sounds awesome.
California, aren't they?
Yeah.
I wonder how much they have to sell their lemonade. Probably like $15 lemonade.
Well, you can have the lemonade, but you're just going to have to buy the cup. Otherwise, we're just going to pour it in your mouth.
I have to eat $175 for that order. Yeah, that's a bummer.
Oh, that's it? I mean, that sucks.
It does suck. No, it sucks.
That's only one fountain pen.
Which we have messed up many of those. We done that. There's one in my pocket right now that needs to be remade. Oops.
Yeah. Hey, send them our way.
You can not.
What are they?
Insert.
Are they just the tips?
Insert. They're not tips. They're inserts for the wrong size DAC tips. You need to come read and do your own talking instead of me talking about things that I don't know about and that you don't know about because you're not reading it. About something in your pocket. Yes. Why?
No reason.
Right.
No reason.
Are you done yet? I need to get back.
Oh yeah, I already said I was ready.
You're not. You didn't take the mic from me.
You're still talking.
To you. He said that works. John didn't realize they're inserts, so y'all will have to have a whole different conversation because he's like half paying attention, half thinking. But it is time for me to go and for him to actually start his stream.
5 feet away.
I have to go get Stella in just a minute. Plus, I got my sourdough starter out of the fridge, and I'm making pretzel bites because it sounds good, and that's what I want. I also want to make pumpkin bread or pumpkin muffins.
Pumpkin muffins.
It's that time of year. Pumpkin muffins. I had one for breakfast from Starbucks. It was delicious. But anyways.
You're going to share your recipe?
Sure. I just use internet recipes.
Add some what's that?
What?
It's like some nutmeg. That's the one.
Nutmeg. Yes, that is in pumpkin spice. That's one of the spices in pumpkin spice. It's cinnamon and nutmeg and clove and I don't know what else.
I kept thinking nougat, but that's not it.
That's in candy. I like nougat. That's like the fluffy part, right? Or is it the crunchy part? I think it's fluffy.
Yeah, it's like in the stuff in Three Musketeers.
I don't really like Three Musketeers.
You too good for Three Musketeers?
I just don't like them. No.
Oh, jeez.
No.
Yeah, Brian, send me a picture of what those look like.
John wants a picture, Brian, of
Maybe
what they look like.
I don't know.
He'll think about it. I don't know what he's going to do with it. He doesn't really need more things that are a project right now.
What? Hey, you're encroaching on my networking now.
Well, then you come and take your thing. He said he's going to sit there and wait for your call.
Staring at the clock.
It might never come. He never calls people. He won't even pick up when I call. You know what I have to do to get his attention because he leaves his phone on silent and he doesn't wear his watch anymore. I have to use the Find My whatever thing and make his phone do the sound like when you lose it so that he'll pick up my calls.
But you gotta turn that off because it's still going.
Yes, it will keep going until you find your phone. And okay, anyways, I gotta stay on stuff. It was nice chatting with you guys. Hope
Thank you for filling in, baby.
You're welcome.
You're the bomb.
I know.
You're the bomb. Big round of applause for Chicken Sweat. Wow.
Yay, wow. I'm going to go stand. Wow.
You're going to go stand wow?
Wow, yes.
Oh. Sweet. All right. Come on over here, y'all. There we go. Eoink. There you go. There's that familiar area that we're going to be in. Let me scoot this back, and then I'll pivot it again. There we go. Oh, hold on. Still a little crooked here. Oh, wrong way. My bad.
Your overview one?
What overview one?
The one over there.
Yeah, it's just got to click it on. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
It's just that one. Overview cam 2.
No.
Yes.
You just put this?
Yes. That one's not actually they can't hear you.
Candy.
All right. Cool. Will you go grab my other glasses?
Where are they?
Hanging up on my glasses rack that you printed me.
Oh, I messed up.
All right. Okay, we're looking good. Looking good. Heck yeah. All right. So a couple things that I was trying to find yesterday was some inserts that are a 5 by 0.5. Ugh, those are a pain to find. So I kind of given up a little bit. But then I got interested in it again yesterday. Yeah, those are it. Thanks. Ew. And pet that dog.
Oh, friend. Look.
Oh, jeez.
Friend.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, they're probably having issues, that's for sure. I'm going back and looking at some of the comments already. Also, let me know if there's ads playing, because I turned them onto manual, I thought. Because they shouldn't be there, but if they are, I need to know so I can try to turn them off right quick. That's going to be annoying. Let's see that. Monetization. Manual, dang you. There. There we go. Okay. Well, I guess now I know. 2 ads already. That's a lot. That's not cool. That's annoying. I'd be annoyed at least if I was y'all. So I'm going to treat y'all how I would like to be treated. I'm going to turn those babies off. You're here to hang out live, not watch ads recorded. Nice. Okay, there we go. That should be pretty good. I turned it to manual. Anywho, so yeah, got some stuff. My dad was in the workshop Monday and Tuesday, so I didn't stream those days because of that. He's been learning. We've been getting some learning going, which is awesome. Yes, indeed. All right, let's go ahead and kick this baby off. 45 minutes into it, you know. Let's go ahead and turn something, eh? All right. But yeah, Vinny, you shouldn't have any more ads. Let me know if you do, please. Because it shouldn't be that way anymore. As I said it initially. Anyways, alrighty. But yeah, yesterday was not overly productive, I'll say, when it comes to like producing anything. But it was a productive day. Because I took my my metal lathe apart and I cleaned it out, cleaned it off and stuff. And then Monday I was working on what is it? I was working on fountain pens. There were some commissioned fountain pens that were in that lineup, and then there were also the rest of the pumpkin spice ones. So those are actually pretty good. They're all done in shape and everything. They just need to be sanded and polished. Yeah. But yeah, man, it's been really awesome. My dad coming over because he's retired now, and I think one of the problems in general when people retire is that if they don't find something useful or something to do, then well, they kind of get stir crazy. And especially people that have done a lot of things or have been working, I mean, like 6 days a week for 30, 40 years. Like, going back to like not having anywhere to necessarily go or things to do. So, and then the other thing too is hugely helpful for both me and Abby for getting ahead. He's doing some of the simpler tasks right now until we get more repetitions on everything else. Yeah, I had a pretty cool analogy that I wanted to write down. So that's what I was doing on the beginning part of this, and Abby was kind enough to hop in and chat while I was writing that down, and probably make a little clip on it. But you know, I mean, it's one of those things that I think about, or I guess it would be kind of a peek into how I think or how I perceive some things and stuff like that. I mean, if I tried to explain it, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. I need some props, so to kind of talk through everything. But yeah, see, as far as the ads go, and then I'll leave the whole ad thing alone, but the main thing is if you're here on live, I want you to benefit from it, not watch what other things are trying to sell you. Has anybody tried the new iPhone 17? I'm still on the 15. I'm sure some people out there are even on the earlier versions. Which, bravo, you managed to skip the updates enough to where it didn't make your stuff obsolete. Today will be just turning diamond paintings, really. And then another thing that I thought was kind of interesting. Ah, you an Android guy, Benny? Yeah, I remember having some trouble trying to put my contact info on there. I'm not familiar with Android. But I do prefer a Windows computer. guess that's something, right? I did see a funny thing about Android though, how it's got like a really crazy camera, and it was actually an ad that popped up, but there was a dude sitting or standing next to another dude like, hey, check out how well this can zoom. Can you see that guy over there? And they're like, no, not really. You see what he's doing. And then he was eating or something. And then it continued where he zoomed in on the thing, and so you could see everything that he was doing with how crazy the zoom was on it. And then, like, it was the whole thing that I thought was very strange. He started choking the guy that they were looking at, and he's like, "Oh, dude, that guy's choking over there. He can't really, he can't breathe." It's like, yeah, but we can only see him because of because of this phone and its zoom capabilities. So we're not going to do anything about it other than record it. And it just, is one of those things. It's like, wow, you know what? That kind of is how it is nowadays, isn't it? Where if somebody's about to watch something dramatic happen in some form or fashion, there would be like, oh, let me get my phone out so I can share it with everybody. And to an extent that's fine, but everybody's a newscaster until, well, they're just a newscaster, I guess. Let's move this down a bit. But it was a funny commercial, and I thought it was. Has anyone ever heard that in some ways, well, I guess this is no man's land, but I'll bump that cam now. Be careful. Hey. Anyway, the reason I asked is because Abby is, I guess, going to be receiving one here in the near future. Is that a 27 or 29? Here we go. That's what I thought. The other fun thing about the video game that we've been playing is that this is the fourth one, the fourth game. It's called Borderlands, and I played the first one I didn't play the second one, then I played a couple of the other ones afterwards, but the fourth one came out like about a month ago now, I guess. And it's a looter shooter kind of game, and you want to optimize the equipment that you have to make it, I guess, more fun. The explosions and stuff like that happen. But the reason, I mean, one, we're playing it, and two, I'm playing it with my kids. I have a laptop that one's playing on the keyboard and the other one's playing with the controller on my other laptop. And it's a you versus the world kind of game. It's always cooperation. But yeah, there's some stuff in the third iteration of the game that I didn't even play, so it'll be fun to go back through and do that. Right. A little dangerous there. Catching more material. Combination of that and taking maybe a little harder than I should. what's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, I did a stream last week. I gotta say, it was probably one of my favorite streams. Just, a lot of chatting and really from the heart kind of stuff. And then this Monday and Tuesday, I was working with my dad. I don't want to stream while he's here, even though he said he didn't really care. But we know what old school people mean when they say that they don't really care. Hey, no worries, man. I wasn't trying to make you feel bad about it. It was, yeah. It was just, you know, kind of reflecting a lot of stuff. Reflecting on a lot of stuff. You turned your first fountain pen the other day. Right on, man. That's awesome. Oh, you know what? I didn't. Did you say what did you say your name before? I didn't go all the way back up. We ordered some tubeless single-ended kits. Are those the, are you talking about the ones that are, what are they called? I think they're Cape Harrow. Michael! Alright, my bad, man. Pleasure. Hey, Andre, how you doing? What is that? Great question. Great question. What I'm working on right now is a diamond painting pen handle, basically. It's got the holes on the ends for a craft tip, and basically this is just a more ergonomic and visually appealing way to work on a craft project. It's kind of like paint by numbers in some ways. I guess most ways. But yeah, these are basically handles for that. Change your name because you launched your YouTube channel. Right on, man. What type of things do you do in your YouTube channel? Are you focused on turning as well, or? Because initially, when I was thinking about a YouTube channel, I was gonna, the business essentially that we were gonna make would have been revolving around YouTube, but now it doesn't. I do YouTube because I enjoy hanging out with the peeps and chatting up. But yeah, I was going to basically be a noob on bowl turning, and you know how everybody knows how to do stuff when you're like, hey, turn my first this, or did this the first time, and then people are like, oh, you missed this, this, and this. Well, I was going to actually use that as the angle of it all, to where I wanted people to come in and tell me how to do what it was. So it's kind of like a different way, I guess, to approach the whole learning, because I learn best by doing, and I think potentially that is still a good avenue, because I don't turn bowls really, but if I did, like a large bowl, and somebody had like inputs, I mean, think about that. You're getting years of knowledge just immediately. So I thought that would be pretty interesting. But obviously I took a completely different approach, because I really just wanted to be not so much project oriented, rather just be more like this is what I do, man. The way that I think about like different memories and different concepts and stuff like that are like penguins on an island. You only can have so many penguins on an iceberg before they start falling off, and when you're starting to work on something new, you kind of you don't really think about the things that you were doing before as much, and in some ways it just kind of channels the whole thing. Let's see, Michael, did you put that into the Discord, Ben's Discord, BW? I might just piggyback off of his Discord. Have a little Maverick Workshop section in his Discord. I'll float that idea by him and see what he thinks. Because I'm really, like, this morning when I woke up, I didn't know where my phone was, and so I had to ping it, and it was still out in the garage. So I don't I don't usually look at social medias and stuff like that. I have found that it's just frustrating. So this is what I do instead. You have been critiquing your stuff. Critiqued your fountain pen, huh? Well, shoot. I don't know. Did you answer if it was in there? Yeah. Okay. I'll have to take a look at that, man. That's awesome. How much would you sell it for? Okay, what? Sana! How are you doing? How are you doing? I will take a look at that, man. But yeah, how much would you sell it for? I hadn't even looked at it. And then what materials did you use? It's kind of funny because when I was thinking about the whole mentorship thing that I was working on and thinking about getting set up, but what I was thinking is whatever the cost of the course is, so basically what I sell the product for, right, that you wanted to learn how to make, is essentially how I would price it, and then I would multiply it by 2. So if, let's say that you wanted to make a kit pin, and I make a kit pin and I sell them for $50. We'll just say that for an example. Now, I was thinking it would be pretty cool if I charged $100 for that kind of thing. And these numbers aren't necessarily going to be what it is, but yeah. So I would charge $100 or $150 or whatever, and then the whole thing would be, once you're done, and I would be the first person that bought something from you. So I was thinking it would be pretty dope for me to be able to buy the first person's project, or the person's first project, and that would be a way that you would get some of your money back, and walk away with the knowledge and everything that came along with that whole deal. I thought that was an interesting structure, because I did fire some brain cells on that, and I still don't hate it. I like it. I just don't necessarily know how to, I guess, execute that type of thing right now. But if you were interested in some sort of mentorship sort of thing, and you wanted to have like one-on-one stuff, I've got the cameras all set up already, so it would be pretty easy to get on a call and do that type of thing. Even if it's stuff that I don't do, Abby would also potentially offer some of that, the resin blank making type of stuff. So yeah. But the reality is everything is open source right here. You can ask whatever questions you have, and we'll answer them. And but on the other hand, too, is if you wanted it like more on demand, where you'll be able to have like a recorded session or whatever, that would be for you alone type of thing. But you'd have that to reference forever. So it's just, I don't know, it's hard to quantify, because in the right hand something could be worth $1 million, but the very same thing in somebody else's hands could be only worth like $1. You know what I mean? It's weird in many ways. But anyway, back to the mentorship thing. I was thinking that would be pretty awesome to be able to get the first thing that somebody made, and then I would basically have a trophy case type of thing, where everybody's project that I have mentored and bought their thing from would be on display there. Like, I mean, even if you wanted to learn how to make a bead, an EDC bead, it's pretty straightforward, but some people just want the answers all right there, and the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So if somebody knows how to do it, then you would just talk to that person and know what it is. But it would be a lot less of an adventure. So I can see it really both ways, where people want to figure it out on their own, or they just want to casually learn it, or passively learn it, I guess, just by watching and hearing different things that people are saying, and then you just combine all their different ideas, and then you put them together, and then you make something of your own. But having a foundation would be a pretty good way to kickstart that type of thing. But anyway, if it was a $50 item, then it would be like $100 or $150 with a guarantee that I would be your first customer of that particular thing. And that is obviously if you sold it. So there is that possibility too, that it ends up being worth more than $50 to you. So ultimately, it would be a way for you to get a return and the first customer and the first this and like the first review and all that stuff to help start something for people, you know? Because I mean, so many people, this is one of the things that I was talking about in my last stream, is so many people are afraid to fail. But you know what? Turn your head sideways and think, well, what if you succeed? What does that look like? And then I talked about some target fixation and stuff like that. So it really comes back to your mindset on it, on a lot of things. And Abby kind of mentioned some of the training, a little bit of the training that I did, and failure isn't an option. I sometimes wonder if I was just well, the washout rate for what I went into the military to do was extremely high, and like I didn't think of having an alternative. So when you do something like that, where you're not really thinking of, well, what if this doesn't work out? Well, don't think about that. Think about what happens when you succeed. So, I don't know, little pearls in ways that I think that are definitely different than other people, I think. Like, here's another thing that I think about versus how somebody else thinks about something. So one of the things, my niece, she got engaged, but her and her current fiance, or now fiance, they went to another country, and he proposed in another country, which I thought was awesome. However, my first thought was like, what if she said no? Wouldn't that make the rest of the trip super awkward? Like, I don't know. That's awfully... One of two things had to happen. They either already knew he already knew what the answer was going to be, or it was just going to be a really awkward time for a while. But I just thought that was a pretty funny thing. Imagine taking somebody to another country on like a vacation, and they're thinking they're just there to have a good time and go visit another country, and then they drop down to a knee and they're like, hey, you want to spend the rest of your life with me? And you're like, well, crap. But I'm not really here to give relationship advice. It's more of a, although I can give you some relationship advice. It might not apply to you, but if you've been married for a while, then the only thing that I could really offer at that point would be, how to work with your partner, kind of thing, or your spouse or whatever. So, Abby and I, we had a lot of growing pains. I've thought about kind of recapping that sort of thing. That way we can have it, just not just on YouTube as a video, but also available to us to, kind of benchmark the different stages that we've gone to and through, and the different iterations that we've done and stuff like that. there was a lot of growing pains that we had to overcome, and you know, just like when I went to my military, well, went through the training, you know, I'm a firm believer that some things don't work. However, the best thing to do is find a way to have them work. And this is like life moves type of stuff, not necessarily like this thing is broken, how do I fix it? But I just think that relationships don't work by accident. And so separating was never really a thing in our relationship. Yeah. Because you don't have a plan B when you marry someone, you know? That's a lifetime commitment. I don't know. That's how I see it. And I'm glad I'm not in the dating scene right now. Golly. I don't even know what that's like nowadays. But some of the people around me are in the dating scene, and it did not sound fun. Now they are girls, for the most part, that I get that information from. So it's pretty one-sided. But yeah, I just couldn't imagine. When I was growing up, anytime I would ask a girl to be my girlfriend, like, it was always like this could be your girlfriend for the rest of your life kind of thing. I don't know. A little weird, I guess, but I always thought of it as I guess I think of it more as like I was courting forever. Like, I was seeing what you were like, what your tolerance is, your things like that, and then yeah, I was always dating for the long haul kind of thing. That, yeah. It wasn't necessarily for fun. It was for the long haul. And Abby, we were 2 years apart. I was 17 when we first met, and then yeah, after my training 3 years later, then I wanted her to move with me out west. And so the only real way to do that was, commit. But, I think there's always pros and cons to everything. You may have heard me say something to the effect of, in pretty much every decision, there's a winner and a loser. And I don't mean like, in this particular case, I'm not talking about like me or her. I'm talking about there are things that I missed out on, and same with her, because we were always family oriented, and we knew that we wanted that to be how we were. Anyway, I ain't here to that, I reckon. But oh, you know what? Here, let's go ahead and pivot right quick. So, if you do use Easy Wood tools, and you go through a lot of carbide inserts, like I do. Oops, sorry, that's upside down. Hashtag not sponsored, by the way. Although I did apply, and they're like, well, we'd have to send you some of this, and then you'd have to do all of this stuff, and like, I don't want to do that. So, I'm not sponsored. So, what I do is I buy these tips in a larger quantity. And I think it's about 30 bucks for the diamond ones and maybe 25 bucks for the round ones. But yeah, if you don't know, you can get these on Amazon that are pretty inexpensive, actually. And you know, as often as I talk about these, I should have a link, but I don't. But the other thing too that I'll go ahead and mention, because these came out kind of recently, actually. As far as for this particular shape, these are these don't perform that much better than the regular. Like, I have not really noticed much of a difference at all, if any. So they're the 12 by 2.5 30 degree if you wanted to get some, and they're pretty easy to find. And you can find the ones that fit the Easy Wood tools. It's a pretty standard size, at least for now, until they hear me talking about it, I guess, and then they're gonna make it proprietary. Yeah, there you go. That's a good segue back into turning. Oh, you're on dad duty, huh? That's fun. That's fun. At least the kids are back in school, right? But it is that time of day, I reckon, where they're coming back. Oh no. Oh, your kid's bedtime. That's right, that's right. But still, school is in session. And I guess that's only time here when the kids are getting back. But Going back to before, yeah, okay. Gotcha. I'll have to take a look, man. I do hop in there every once in a while, but I don't like follow it. I don't know if you heard, I just don't really do social media that much. Yeah. I don't know if you heard me, but what would you charge for it? You don't either? Yeah. Well, I mean, it'd be hard to get going in a business if you're not social media-ing. Apparently that is now a verb. Social media-ing. Said it was too chunky? Oh. Well, maybe he just likes them thinner. I don't know. $70, all right. All right. How many have you made? And then where do you intend on selling them? Come on, man. Throw the deets out. But yeah, see, if I was to give some advice when it comes to, this is unsolicited advice, so it's not directed towards you, right? Yeah. But you can resonate with it. But if you're not into the social media stuff and you want eyes on this, on your work, that you know, that you want to sell, there's a combination of, there's a variety of things that you could do, but one of the simplest things and the least invasive things to do is have an Etsy. Hold the advice. All right, I'll hold on to it. I mean, I kind of did say it, but I was going to elaborate more. Some of my trains of thought I won't forget. There are absolutely some that I will. This happens to be one of those that I'll remember. As long as you can jog the memory. Even if it's like 30 minutes from now or an hour from now, I'll still remember that we had started this. So. In about a week or two, maybe a month, I might not remember who exactly it was that is going to be the recipient of it, but I will still remember having it, the conversation. But I guess I could start here, actually. Some people in the crafty world are annoyed about the different costs that come along with Etsy or any selling platform. So I think it's valuable to consider what you're getting for that cost, because it's not just you're not just like taking pictures and then putting a dollar amount to whatever it is. It's more than that goes into it, and some people are mad with the different fees that come along with it. Now, I can understand, because I don't like all the fees necessarily either. However, I will say that they offer a pretty good value, considering that's not something that I would have wanted to do. So they're doing some things on their end that I just wouldn't want to do. So at the end of the day, you ask what the value of something like that is, and then you can probably determine the fees associated. But I'll probably talk about it again, but I'm just saying, so many people have transactional relationships like that, and they don't necessarily consider the other stuff that goes on with it, or comes along with it, I guess. One of the other things that I think about too, because I'll kind of shelf the Etsy thing for now, but when you're trying to figure out how to do different things like online, and if you're trying to sell stuff online and things like that, there's a high probability that you don't necessarily know what it is that you're doing, but you're still learning, right? However, there are different infrastructure types of things that are already in place that will drastically reduce the learning curve of that. And I think it's important to think about how much your time is worth when it comes to learning, researching, and all that stuff. And if you are paying essentially for a bridge, that's kind of what you're paying for in courses. Sure, the information is available if you know what to look for, where to look for it, and then you kind of follow a certain person about what it is specifically, then you'll know over time, you'll be more familiar with, you know, their level of understanding of whatever it is. But sometimes I think that actually causes people to be paralyzed with if you have too many different ideas going at the same time, you're likely not going to do any of them. I mean, just ask me how I know. Because that's what I do. And then I kind of have my counterbalance for that, who is, you know, my business partner and my wife. And she kind of reels me back in and helps create a structure. I'm more the longer term visionary kind of person in the relationship, and she's the type that is like, okay, well, we need to accomplish these things right now in order to accomplish that. Okay, that makes sense. And then I kind of pick it up from there, and then I continue where what happens when that starts working, and then what can we do with that type of stuff. And then we just continue moving forward like that, where we have an idea, she organizes the short term, and then the longer term stuff is constantly a work in progress. So it's one of those things where it's a very fortunate thing that her and I are so very different. Because if we were the exact same, well, we wouldn't be how we are. I don't know how y'all stay here, deal with me forever. That's a part of why I started streaming too, because her and I started working together, and you know, I had ideas always, hundreds of ideas, thousands of ideas, and it's more of, there's things just stayed ideas because, well, some of them are duds really, but some of them were bangers. It just wasn't feasible to execute on those in some cases. So we just kind of ping pong with the near and far, back and forth. And speaking of near and far, literally as well, when we play that game together, the looter shooter game, I'm always in the back sniping and, you know, providing like the cover fire, and she's always like up in the fight, just, I don't know, getting as close as she can to be able to shotgun people in the game. It's kind of funny. Don't get me wrong, I like getting up in there, but I also like hanging back and being more impactful from afar, or being impactful from afar, not more. Like I said, it's different. It's not a one's better than the other, because they kind of both need to exist. You know, I mean, the same thing could be said about, you know, the social climate in the world, particularly in the U.S., I guess, because I can't talk about the world. I don't know about it, but in the U.S. at least, the climate of things, I think it's very interesting in some ways, because some people have thoughts of this, some people have advice or thoughts on that, and it's not that it's bad one way or the other. It's where do you sit on that type of thing? And I think in most cases you do need people to hit the gas and go and be more progressive in some things, but also on the other hand, I think there are some people that need to hit the brakes and slow down and evaluate whether this is a good direction or not. So in some ways, I think that will forever be the case. Because not everybody is going to agree on everything. That would just be unrealistic to expect. Like, even the closest people to you, you're going to have disagreements or see things differently, and it's based off your different life experiences, your different views, the different interactions that you've had, the different elements that have helped shape who you are today. Um, yeah, I think that that's super interesting. Uh, but yeah, I don't intend on going further than that, but I do believe that there needs to be people on the gas pedal, and I think that there's also supposed to be people on the brake pedal. So some things should happen and some things should be paced out and thought logically to make sure that it's done in the, I guess, most advantageous way. Because really you want to win, you want to think win-win, right? I don't know if y'all read the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, but that is one of the core. That's one of the 7 things is you want to think win-win. So in some cases, for somebody to win, what has to happen on the other side? You know what I mean? And that's kind of where compromising comes in to effect. And then another book that I read about compromising was never split the difference. Like I said, these types of things are what shape you throughout your life and whatnot. But what's his name? Chris Voss. He was an FBI interrogator. I think he was an interrogator, or I forgot what the other. Dang it! What's the other thing called where you're trying to talk somebody down that's about to do something real bad, or they're already doing that thing that's bad, but you're trying to calm them back down somehow. I don't remember. Negotiator. That's the one. Negotiator. That's the word I was looking for. That was a little embarrassing. Anyway, he was an FBI negotiator, and you know, sometimes when you compromise, and this is one of the, I guess, the cliff notes of one of the stories in the book that he talks about is, you know, sometimes you shouldn't compromise because the example that he used is if you're going out and you're going out to a nice dinner with the family and stuff, then and you want to wear black shoes with your outfit, and she wants you to wear brown shoes with your outfit because, you know, you think it's going to look better this way, she's going to think it's look better that way. It doesn't matter. And then if you compromise on that, you're not going to wear a black shoe and a brown shoe. That just doesn't make sense. So in some cases, it doesn't apply. So that kind of just is one of those weird things to think about. So you're thinking like you have to find a different direction or a different area to compromise that is valuable or important. I mean, even in business, there's like the 3 things, and you can only have, or you can only focus on 2 of them. And I don't know, we do threes. Do we do threes like this, or do we do threes like this, or like this? I don't know. Anyway, and I mean, there's three things. There's the product, there's the price, and then there's the speed. You can only really pick and focus on 2 of those things. And so you have to ask yourself what it is most important to you and the people that you want to be working for or working with or whatever. In my case, working for, because if people want to custom something, then they can potentially have that. Although I do turn customs down because those projects don't sound interesting to me. Or I don't want to figure out that because I've got other things that that I think is more pressing. So a little sidebar to my other sidebar, but at the end of the day, you can only do the best that you can with the experience, knowledge, and information that you have. Thanks, Vinny. You the man. Negotiator. I think I said it before you wrote it, but there is a delay, to be fair, so maybe you did have it there before I saw it. But I remembered it before I saw it. But yeah. Anyway, I used to listen to a lot of books. A lot of them like entrepreneurial books or leadership books or educational books of the finance area. Mostly, I view them all as self-improvement, really. Even if they're stories that, are fantasies, they all come from something, right? It's like when you listen to a song and you don't necessarily know what they're talking about, but you know that they know what they're talking about. They have something in mind when they're doing that. So I think it's just really fascinating. I don't think that. Thank you. That's delicious. I didn't want them to see me eat. They can't hear you either. Anyway, made sourdough pretzel bites. Those things are bomb. Fire. What do people say these days? I don't know what they say. I mean, that's the other thing too, that's like language itself is living proof of the gas pedal and the brake pedal existing at the same time. Because a word that I wasn't familiar with until Abby told me about it, but it's like colloquialism or something like that. And it's just how people use different words and how language has evolved over time. And when you say something, you could say the same thing and it means something entirely different to different people. There's a popular song that plays on war movies that it ain't me or that ain't me or something like that. Now I gotta figure it out. Let's see. It's a classic or an older song. I don't know. Is it a classic? I don't know if it's a classic yet. But it's an older song in war movies. It's like It Ain't Me or something like that. Weird, it's telling me to sign up for Spotify when I'm literally listening to Spotify right now. Fortunate Son, that's what it is. That is. So, a lot of people, because of how they have made it seem in war movies and stuff like that, and the song's called Fortunate Son, by the way, by Creedence Clearwater Revival. And from my understanding, I used to think it was about like, yeah, patriotism and that. And well, when I listen to the actual words, I don't get the same vibes. I think more of these people, or this person that's singing it, is like, no. Soldier life's not for me. That ain't me. So, kind of interesting that they've chosen that song to play like that. If you don't know, here's what it is. But I suppose we'll continue with the Etsy advice. I don't know if Michael's coming back, but go ahead and deliver at least that on. We'll leave you on a cliffhanger now. By the way, I do like this song. It's just the messaging is a little different than you'd probably think. But again, it's good for somebody. It just might not be necessarily the way that you were thinking it, or and that's just an example, by the way. But back to the Etsy advice stuff. So, when it comes to Etsy, I've seen in a lot of different. I'm in a lot of different crafty Facebook groups, and I'm one of those people that don't ever talk in there. I just observe and then report, right? Observe and report. But people, I got to kind of do this as an example. So if somebody's saying that Etsy's going to take like, I don't know, 10% of the money that I was going to make from a product, and I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but the point still remains that they're taking a part of it because you're using their platform, and the reason you're using their platform in the first place is because they built it up to something like that, and they have created value in that space. So that's essentially what you're paying for. You're paying for their audience in some ways. Now, where it gets even more interesting, when you are like me and you don't want to do any social media, or you don't really know how, but you're trying to learn, you're actively trying to learn and stuff like that, then you'll start running into the other thing of like Etsy reaching out and being like, hey, you're not getting much traction on your stuff, and then we can help you boost sales by, you allocate a certain dollar amount in order to advertise your stuff. So when you're advertising stuff that you're trying to sell, if you're not doing it, you can pay Etsy you can set the dollar amount per day, and what'll happen is they will use that budget to advertise. Now, where it gets even more interesting is they will get people to see your stuff, but they might not necessarily cause the people to buy. Like, at the end of the day, it's your job to get them to buy. Etsy's doing their job and getting eyes on your stuff. And so with that, what kind of dollar amount value is that for people to see your stuff that you're trying to sell? In some ways that's rhetorical, but in other ways it's, you know, I'm interested to know what y'all think the dollar value is of something like that. So if Etsy's able to bring 100 people for $20, and I don't know the exact numbers, but let's say that you gave Etsy $20 the first month and they had 100 to 200 people visit your site or your shop page. How valuable is that? Because I mean, think about it. 100 people seeing your stuff. That's a lot of people. Some people do craft shows and don't even have 100 people come over and talk to them. And you know, that's not a dig on those people necessarily, but if you're not putting in the work, then it would be unrealistic or unreasonable for it to actually be effective, wouldn't it? So you can't will it into existence. You have to work it into existence. Sounds cheesy, but it worked. But yeah, some things just, you're not going to succeed by accident. I think that's probably one of the rawest things I can say. Is it's not going to happen by accident. Which I don't think that would be a surprise. And if you're going based off of the likelihood of things happening versus the possibility of things happening, then you're probably also going to be in a better position just thinking about that. But kind of going back to a practical application of it. If you're learning how to use social media and you are starting from zero, this would be a resource that you could tap into and potentially use to help. And if you think about it, it's a win-win, right? So some people also think that that whatever website it is, Etsy in this case, that they're just not showing my stuff to people. Well, they actually do have metrics that you can look at to know what kind of traffic that you're getting. Maybe that would be beneficial to show you, maybe on a stream at some point. But yeah, just thinking about that. Like, if you think back to the school days, or if you are in school, think to your school day. There's probably like no more than 50 people in a class. Mine was closer to 20 in the classes that I was in. and then in college it was much smaller. But yeah, think about how many people 100 people are. That's a lot of people, you know? The other thing too is it only takes one person to make a difference as well. So I think everybody has the potential to impact somebody's life. And hopefully it's in a positive way. Yeah. It's just, I think people see the numbers, including me, by the way. Like, I'll look at numbers, like I can see that there's 27 people here, and that is awesome. How awesome is that? There's 27 people here hanging out in the workshop with me, and you know, they could be in a lot of different places, but they are interested enough to stay. Is how I view it. And so, all right, well, it dropped to 16, but they heard me talking about it. But yeah, it's a lot of people, and so many people are focused on like the millions of people that other people have. That was me, man. That was me. I was always like, well, they're doing this better and they're doing that better, and or they're not doing this better. Why is it working so well for them? Or, you know, and the reality is it's different. Some things just are different. And you can make the best pen in the world, but if you don't show it to anybody, the reality is that nobody's going to know. So I think of Etsy like that. So many people get mad that Etsy's taking some fees and stuff like that. Now, are they taking more than they should? That's a different topic of conversation. But them having fees in the first place doesn't bother me. Like, so something that we had to contend with too is Florida tax. Because we go to the pen show in Florida, we had to get that set up to where we can pay the taxes on what we earn in that weekend. But see, the way we had it set up initially, which is how they told us to do it, it was we had to tell them how much we made from Florida every month, which was super annoying. But we're like, hey, this is really dumb. Is there anything that we can do? And sure enough, there is. So we only have to really report it when we're making any sort of income from there. And because we're only there for 3 or 4 days, I think it's 4 days of the pen show, it's one of those things that I guess just a part of the rules. So when you look at the rule book, as long as it is, there's still different rules that you're supposed to do or follow. I guess Florida is viewing it as a, well, even though you paid for the hotel, even though you bought the table for vending, even though this and that, well, you're still going to pay the taxes on it because Florida is the destination is having the people that are able to buy stuff from you or something like that. It's just when you observe things like that, it's just, I find it very fascinating. So, back to Etsy again. I used to think, when Etsy like first came out, I think like 20 years ago now, probably more, but it was one of the only handcrafted, or quickly became one of the biggest handcrafted websites. I think before then, people were using like eBay and stuff. But I think to summarize everything, as far as that goes, is if you don't know how to social media and get eyes on what it is that you're trying to sell, ask what that would be worth to you to have someone else driving those people to your stuff. That's how I think about it. That also doesn't mean that if you do pay for advertising, it's going to work for you. Because there's a high probability that you're doing something that's a different variation than what other people are doing, and so they don't necessarily, people get mad at algorithms and stuff like that. But I think the people that have issues with the algorithms are the ones that also change their stuff all over the place. So on one hand, they're selling like, I don't know, they're selling 3D printed things, and then on the other hand, they're doing like, I don't know, pottery. Things that can go together, right? But that's not how, in my opinion, that's not the best way to begin. You would focus on one thing, and then once you get eyes and you start seeing progress and you check the interest on the existing people, and then you see what else that they would be interested in that would be still in your wheelhouse, your warehouse, sort of, I guess. But I'm not going to turn I'm not going to turn a turning channel into a car channel, because that doesn't make sense, right? You don't go to Butterfly Effect Wares, diamond painting pens, to look for car accessories. But when other people do that, you're creating your own problem. If you really wanted to do those two different things, you're going to need to make them two different things. Huh? No, thank you. Anywho, anybody got thoughts on that? Dang. Does this information help One person. Anybody. One person. All I need is one. Is it valuable? I'll be right back. Well, I'll be out of frame, I guess. I'm gonna go get some water. Mm-hmm. Because I guess at the end of the day, a lot of people are like, you know, does it help anybody? And on one hand, for me, it's like, well, it helps me. So, yeah. Yeah. But, you know, maybe it'll help others as well. And if not, well, you know how you found me. You do the reciprocal. But hit the thumbs up on your way out. Just kidding. It's just weird when I guess don't get any feedback. Have you ever talked to more than 10 people at once and not gotten any feedback? I was an instructor for a while, and that wasn't a thing. I would get responses of sorts, so or maybe you're just like, John, I don't really care about that. What I care about is just watching. Which, awesome. Happens, Michael. It happens, I reckon. That sounds like an awesome opportunity, Michael. Oh, good deal. I guess you and I are in the same boat. But I'll keep the talking to a minimum for a little bit and see what happens, because I am pretty sure that when I talk too much about some things, I think people might not either be able to hear it clearly, or it's possible that when I am talking in English, the amount of views goes down. So this is somewhat of an experiment. So you and I will have to have the Etsy conversation another time. But it's awesome you got somebody that's doing that. We'll talk about that another time. Doing a experiment at the moment. Having a good silent time with just the machines going in the background has made it so the viewers peaked at 77 so far. That's funny. But I don't know why. I just have speculations. So. If I shared the experiment, it wouldn't work. Actually, it would. What I'm doing is I am minimizing the amount I'm talking, and my thoughts are that it is going to increase the amount of viewers that are there. The other thing that's pretty interesting is that I don't have any tags on this video, or this stream. None. So this is a for science. But yes, next time you come into stream, we'll talk. I'll talk about the Etsy stuff for the marketing type of stuff. But you know, you seem like you already know a little bit more than the average. Yeah. All right. What am I, a monk? I don't think so. All right, we're back at it. I think it has proven to be at least close to what I thought it was. And the peak was 88, so far. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that this has very little weight on what it is that you're doing, and people trying to understand an algorithm is, I don't know, I guess I'm just simple, maybe naive in some ways, but here's what I think. I think that it's got nothing to do with what it is that you do. I think it has everything to do with you talking about what you do and then delivering on whatever that is. More than what it is that you're talking about. Talking? Oh. You don't think it's making a difference? Oh, well. You'll see, it'll go back down to like in the teens probably, or 20s-ish, if I had to guess. But I have done a full like 5-hour ASMR stream, and that was, watch time wise, was a lot more fruitful when I was trying to get the watch hours. Hey, that's okay if I'm wrong. Shoot. Because I mean, the other thing too is you can start pointing your finger at all kinds of other places. Well, here's the reason I think that talking actually makes a difference. I think because the amount of people that are on YouTube and the amount of people that are English-speaking people, I think there is a thing about that will impact the reach that you will have. Yeah, for real. No. I mean, he's definitely helped me a lot too. So he's very good people. He's good people to have. But yeah, let's see. We can talk about that other thing that I was mentioning before about Etsy. So what I was talking about with Etsy was, I think that it has to do, or let's see. I forgot where we left off, but when it comes to Etsy, I think that that people don't value things. Well, here, let me back up a little bit. Do you pay the person that runs your Facebook business page? There we go. Okay. I had to change that right quick. Yeah. Okay, so what I was saying is the people that I see complaining on Facebook when they try to open up an Etsy storefront, they complain about the fees. And the actual numbers of the fees, like the dollar value that goes into that could be discussed, sure. But what I want to highlight here is that people don't value what Etsy is bringing to the table for their business. So when people use Etsy for their products and they're trying to sell, and then you pay Etsy, I don't know, $20 for advertising for the month. Etsy will, well, they can do like $1 a day. They can do $5 one day and then not do anything for a little bit, and then do it again later on if they think that it will work like that. At the end of the day, what they have built themselves into is because of exposure and people knowing about Etsy, and so people contributing to it is how it gets, you know, more established and stuff. Essentially feeding the machine, which makes it so the machine gets bigger, right? Because if it doesn't get bigger and doesn't expand, then it won't survive. Because something else will come along and take over, which is good, right? That's, in some ways that's good. But I would say that people that are starting off in a business trying to figure out how to gain exposure and traction, and they don't know how to do social media, I would say that Etsy is a great starting point for that type of thing, because they're able to market your stuff, right? They're able to market your stuff. You'll set a budget of how much you want them to spend, and what they'll do is they'll drive people at least to your Etsy store or storefront or page that you built. Same thing with Facebook ads too, by the way. As long as the description, well, I think it's actually factoring in more than just the description now, but it used to just be like what the title was, is kind of where it started, in my mind at least. And then as it progresses, I think that some things they're just going to happen, right? And you have to stay basically in your lane of what it is that you're doing and talking about and stuff like that. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a confused algorithm. And so I think, in my mind, the algorithm is overcomplicated by speculators. Because everybody's like, a lot of people will say, I think it's this. And the reason I'm kind of weaving in YouTube algorithm with Etsy algorithm is because that's how it works. From my understanding, I am under the impression that starting narrow and gaining traction and then branching out is essentially the formula for success, if that is what your intent is. But I think some people try to focus on too many things at the same time. They're like, ooh, that's cool, and then ooh, that's cool. Let's go ahead and add these multiple things together, and then it just creates what appears like an identity crisis. You don't know what it is that you want to be. So I think that is not a good thing necessarily to, I guess, encourage? I don't know if that's the right word, but that's what I think. I think so many people try to crack the code on Etsy, or any algorithm for that matter. And then, well, they try so many different things. And when you try, like, oh, I'm turning pins. Oh, I'm turning bulls. Oh, I'm turning myself around. Like, when you have all those different things, it's confusing and not consistent. So I think there is a specific formula, and it could really be summarized into talk about what it is that you're doing and then stay there. And then people that are also interested in that type of thing will find you. And it's going to be pretty much an evergreen thing, because every day there are more and more people that are becoming interested in turning, for example. Or there's another person that encountered a car problem that they want to know the answer to. And the other thing that's very interesting too is there could be multiple people doing the same thing and you would never know. It's possible that you would never know that that other person even existed. Even if it was in a similar or same wheelhouse that you were in. Like, I imagine it like, you know, from experiences that I've had as far as when I was in the military, the career field I was in was very small. However, I still didn't know everybody in it. And we're talking like 500, somewhere around 500 to 1,000 overall. And the thing is you don't necessarily know anything about that other person or know who that person is. You might have heard their name. Like, that's the extent. And so when you're trying to streamline a massive volume of people into finding what it is that they want to find, I think the algorithms are working in a way that helps combine like items. So what I mean by that is, if I hop on Etsy and I'm like, I want to find a rubber stamp. Well, what you're going to find, you're going to type in rubber stamp, and then you're going to find the people that do that. And then if you want like a very specific type of stamp, then you're going to make sure that the people or that Etsy shop is able to fulfill what it is that you're going for. So, but if you have like stamps and you have totally unrelated like holiday cards, or no, that's not a good example, but you have something that's like, I don't know, gear shifts for cars, and then you have dog food or dog treats. Those things are just not related in a way that it could be recommended to you. So, I mean, like, if you look at Amazon or even Facebook, like, everybody has at least heard of Facebook, but there's other groups that come up. Like, how did you find most of the pin groups that you were in? Probably because it was suggested to you by the algorithm. And so, in my mind, the algorithm isn't super complicated. It's because you got to think about, like, machine-wise. Well, when people started trying to figure out the algorithms and stuff, how complicated was the AI that drove the algorithms. And then you can kind of see stuff where different types of things are, you know, I guess not as recommended in some cases. And the reason is because you haven't really shown an interest in that type of thing, and it's not really even close to what it is that you have shown interest in. So I think all those things accumulate and compound on top of each other, and over time you're refining your search better and better of what it is that you have been looking at or pursuing in your research. Like, I binge watch turning videos, so it recommended Bob from RJB. It recommended Sean from Worth the Effort. And then, you know, if you keep scrolling and scrolling, you'll go past a whole bunch of people that have made turning videos, but then you'll come across something that's like blank making. You're like, what? What are you doing there? I never said anything about blanks. But then you look at it and you're like, huh, well, I guess that they're doing something similar. And then that is, I guess, in the scope of what it is that I'm looking at. And so it becomes something that's fascinating to watch. And so the only reason you found out about blanks in that particular case, at least, is because it recommended it to you. And would you have found it otherwise? Yeah, probably. If you were into turning and you were working on different types of stuff and you were like, I don't like the way that some of these things look, you would have eventually found out about blanks and how they're made. So it's just interesting that I think people overcomplicate it. And then when other people are talking about YouTube being weird, because you're not the first person that's mentioned that specifically, but I think, this is my thoughts, right? John thoughts here. But I think that it has to do with them revising the existing algorithm, and then, or like doing a partial reset of the algorithm, which people that you initially were watching might not show up because it would be better for them to get you interested in something else too, right? And so when I think about it from a consumer's side, like a watching side, I think about that. And then from the creator side, I'm like, all right, well, some people aren't finding me, which would suggest that, well, you'd also have to have these benchmarks initially, right, to be able to differentiate those. But if you were doing something for a long time and you're never changing anything, then you can become stagnant. And if your views of that type of thing are relatively flat, then it tells the algorithm that the people that are interested in what your area is that you're focused on are not interested in what it is that you're doing. Or not enough people are interested, because at the end of the day, you got to determine what is the intent of YouTube. Like, when you ask yourself that question, in my mind, I think YouTube is a massive beast, right? But I think the intent is to keep people watching YouTube, right? Because that's how it makes money, and that's how it keeps people engaged and keeps people from leaving the app that they're already on, watching. So they want to keep you there, and so what they're doing is recommending things that you would also be interested in, or might also be interested in. And if you give it no feedback, what you're going to end up with is a kind of a hodgepodge of different things. That's why when you make like new accounts for things like that, I mean, even in Spotify, I'm pretty sure you had to answer like some genres of music that you were interested in before you could move to the next page, because it needs a starting point. It doesn't know where to begin to offer you that information or that entertainment, right? So I think that if you just do what you say you're going to do, like I'm going to make turning videos or I'm going to stream turning stuff, that's what I do, right? Now, I'm not so much focused on what it is that I'm talking about all the time, and that's okay, because whatever outcome it is, I am not like disappointed because I'm making live streams of me turning, or I'm live streaming turning, but I'm also talking about different things. So the things that I'm also talking about is more or less in the handmade crafting space of, and then the business aspect of some of those things. And I don't make videos very often, but I stream like 2 or 3 times as much as I make videos. But yeah, we binge watch turning stuff too. Don't you think Etsy is flooded with that market? Do you mean the pins? Well, it's not a very simple answer. But when I think about the Etsy market and the pins, I do think the volume of products is super saturated. However, I think that there is a lot of room for people to exceed what those other people are actually doing. It kind of goes back to the whole stagnant thing. Because if you make a bunch of listings on your website, on Etsy, and you don't change anything, and you don't make sales, and your views are like non-existent, there's a lot of reasons for that, and some of which are in your control, and some of which are out of your control. But I would say that the overwhelming amount of the complaints are entirely within the individual's control to adjust and learn from. Because if something's not working, or if you try something and you give it some time to actually work and it doesn't actually produce any results, then that's probably not a good idea, or it could be that your idea is let's see, what's the word I'm looking for? Your idea isn't exactly clear of what it is that you're trying to accomplish. So when it comes to how many people are selling pins on Etsy, yeah, I do think that there's a lot of people selling pins on Etsy, but that never stopped me from making sales. And a part of that is because, you're like, I listed this awesome Amboina burl on this $100 gold kit and I'm selling it for $50. Okay, all that stuff sounds nice, but if people don't see it, if the right people don't see it, it doesn't matter. So right now, I think that marketing is arguably more important than the product. How many products have you seen that are like underwhelming? Like, have you bought anything recently that you were like, oh God, what a waste of money? And it happens. It happens because the emphasis isn't on quality as much as it is on gaining that exposure. So it's kind of one of those things where you can succeed no matter what. I think in a lot of ways, if you keep working towards something, then you will eventually succeed. Now, I also think that there are ways to expedite that, and that's by having people around you. Because if you have one person that you're talking to, and that person doesn't talk to anybody, well then how much exposure are you gaining from that? Because you can make the best stuff, but if nobody can see it, then nobody can buy it. So what you need is the exposure. And then also, in my mind, being able to use like Etsy ads and stuff like that, I think is a very valuable thing, because if you have everything set up clear and concise and delivering on what it is that you're talking about, then you're not going to have an issue. When people have issues, it's because they're trying to do 100 different things at the same time, but they don't have an audience, an existing audience that cares. And so like when Abby made, I made my first set of pins that I was going to sell. I listed them on Etsy, and I went on a beach trip. This was over the summer. And on the drive home from that beach trip, somebody bought 5 of my pins. Were there cheaper ones there? Yeah. Were there ones that were better? Yeah, for sure. Because I don't know what I don't know. So it's one of those things that, like, you need to use what you have to your advantage. Because, well, those are strategies. I won't get into that. But at the end of the day, it's, if people don't know you exist, they can't buy anything from you. So the most important thing at the beginning is finding the people to share your stuff with. And if you don't know how to do it, then I would say that the value that Etsy offers when it comes to the advertising space is priceless. Because they're going to get people to your place, to your store. That's going to happen. Now, whether those people buy or not is out of their control. And I think people blame Etsy for that, which I think is very strange. I need to let you see some of my work. It could be me, that's why I'm not selling. I'm not on Etsy yet, but locally, and you're not charging massive money, that's fine. That's why people say that you need to know your customer base. You need to know who it is that you're wanting to attract. Like when I stream here, my intent is to attract people that are like-minded. And the people that aren't necessarily like-minded, that's okay too. But, similar-minded, that have a common interest, and they want to improve. Those are generally the people that I hope are here, because I want to improve as well. So yeah. What's up, Hillbilly? How you been, man? I haven't talked to you in a bit. Sorry, I had to finish up my rant. You sold pins on 4 continents, right on. That's a big reason for doing this show. There's going to be massive companies, right on. The vendor fee, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. So, to give you a quick little reason why I wouldn't care about that at all, is because, well, that is how I went to the first show. And I'm not saying that I didn't care about the outcome of the show, because obviously I wanted to at least make the investment back for going to the show. However, that was like essentially in my mind a minimum, right? But that wasn't even my minimum. My minimum was to go there and make a good impression on those people that do go to shows. I don't need to sell out. I don't need to sell out the first go. I don't need to sell out the second go. It takes time. And you have to build relationships with people. Especially for high dollar items, people need to trust you. And if they don't trust you, well, ask yourself. That would probably be the best way to do it. What kind of person would I need to be to give someone $200 or $500 or any amount of money that you're asking somebody else for a product? What would that need to be? What kind of relationship would you have to have with that person? Being a vendor at a show is not, well, it's not good enough. That's a start, right? As far as like the show scene, yeah, that's a starting point, in my opinion. You figured I would have replaced the jet right now? Okay. No, I wish. Oh, Hillbilly, how many printers have you got running, man? And do you do other stuff? I'm just trying to get an idea. Nothing right now in the works or anything, but I just was thinking about it. Design a referral program if you refer someone. Yeah. Well, I suppose. I think that would be like down the line. I think that if somebody were to start like that, with a referral program like that, well, depending on how robust it is, because you can have it as simple as, I have this product, I have like 100 of these products, the same one, I send one to somebody, and that person has the reach of I don't know, 10,000 people. Well, there's a good chance that at least 100 of that 10,000, or at least, we'll say 25 people of that would be interested in what it is that you offer or do, or would be, at the very least, interested enough to learn more about you. But again, that doesn't guarantee anything, right? That's the whole point of, you know, not having a plan B. Because if you always have a plan B, you'll always have one foot out the door. And when things start going hard, or getting hard and tough and challenging, you'll fold. And in some cases, that's good. But for the resilient people, or the resilient few that continue to pursue that type of thing, they're just going to get better and better over time. And it kind of goes back to those relationships that if you were like, I don't know, littleshop.com, well, that doesn't tell me anything about you. You want to know more about the people. You want to know who you're buying from. You want to know what it is that they're doing, what their experience is. You're not just going to spend $200 on something that somebody was like, hey, I just figured out how to make these, and well, here we go. I hope you like it. Thanks. It's just not how it works. You don't have a relationship built yet. So everybody's just rushing to put as much volume onto Etsy as possible, and circling way back to the beginning. I don't think it really has to do. Shut. Thinking. That's my train of thought off. You have to have the relationship. Yeah. I had more. I got distracted. Anyway. Yeah. But I don't know. Oh my gosh, hillbilly! You're simple-minded. You passed out, collapsed, broke 2 ribs. Golly, man. Hey, Sammy, how you doing? 200 you hope? Yeah. Right now, only one actually printing. Only one is actually printing. Gotcha. Yeah. Hillbilly, I 100% agree with you. However, I will say at the beginning, when you're trying to still learn the different things, you can't, unless you already know that type of stuff, learning that stuff is going to be a crash course. So, and you'll probably get more resistance than you anticipated. However, if you're good people, then it's possible that other people will also vouch for you. So credibility is important as well. But, on the other hand, there are other people that chase things that are much less expensive. And they're going to constantly be looking for a bargain. And I don't fault them. It's just going to be handmade fountain pens is not going to be a product that you should probably have on your radar if you're looking for things like that. Or that specific area. Hey, hillbilly! Look at that valuable resource there. Very valuable resource. But yeah, I think when people are, getting familiar with social media and they're just starting their presence on the social media and that particular scene, then I think that you should limit the amount of things that you focus on at one time. Because just figuring out how to do something, it is not necessarily the end point. That is the very, very beginning of something. Right on. I was with AT&T when they were singular. Face, we need to find people. The main problem over here, especially with local, is they don't want to pay. Well, they don't trust you, and they don't know you. So, how many people would you give $200 to for something that they made. Like, what would that product look like? So, and that's just really a thought exercise. You know, here's a funny thing that, you know, kind of along the same lines, but it's kind of adjacent at the same time. But, you know, I drink Starbucks coffee, right? I get the blonde roast and I make my coffee at home. And I really like that roast. However, sometimes I want a McDonald's coffee. And it might sound weird, but sometimes I just want that burnt coffee, man. And some places do it better. And sometimes you just want something that's different. So, I don't know. You know, I just thought that it would be pretty interesting to kind of share that little tidbit, because it's not just about the price, it's about, you know, consistency, and it's about reliability. That, you know what, you can make something that doesn't work out, and, you know, you didn't necessarily know that something. For example, if you have a cap on your pen and you didn't drill it all the way, and then you try to put you thread the nib on, but you didn't drill it deep enough, you're going to mess up the tines. You're going to mess up that fountain pen. And then it all comes back to, how do you handle that situation? Because that will determine the relationship that you have with that particular individual. So that's why a lot of people say that customer service is so important, and it's because it is. Yeah. Let's see. The main problem is, especially people that, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is, say that you do. Think about this. If you do have a big company that's like, yes, I want, they say they got, I don't know, 100 different stores. And they're like, okay, well, we want to put at least 10 in those 100 stores, in each of those 100 stores. And you'll have to work that one out. But see, that's where the excitement comes, in my opinion. That's where the excitement comes, is like problem solving like that. Because you tell that business, that big business that wants to buy over 1,000 of your pens, like, I can't fulfill that. No, you don't tell them that. You figure out how to fulfill that initially, right? It's important in negotiations to not immediately answer, especially if it's something that you are not positive that can be done. And even still, it would be worth considering before accepting. Anyway, that's my thoughts on it. I'm willing to bet that other people have different thoughts, and that's fine. That's great. Because at the end of the day, everybody's just doing the best they can with the information that they have and what they think is the best course of action. And not everybody is right. Which, that's okay. Not everybody can be right all the time. Let's see. You need to limit the catalog. Got too many hobbies. No, they were cheap, not even high-end kit, slimline. They won't even part. 30, 40 bucks. Well, I mean, that comes to the person. Come back to the individual maker there. Well, I'm not gonna talk ill of people that do that, but it's some people are drastically over asking for what it is that they're doing, and that's not really for you to decide. It's on the customer to decide that, because if they feel like what they're getting is worth that much or that little, then it is. Because at the end of the day, the person that buys it is the one that was right. You never get that from customers. I think it's a trust issue of running into the same thing, but it's always, well, you're local. Well, I think you have a more unique experience than I have currently, because I don't sell local. We pretty much only sell online. And then the other people that I would actually even work with, they know a little bit about the process of it. So I can absolutely see what you're talking about, Hillbilly, when it comes to the with that, yeah. But I think when you're trying to make a repeat customer, because it's cheaper and more advantageous and consistent to have the same customer than it is to constantly acquire new ones. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't reach out and do your reach when you have, like, you know, you reach high levels of success. But I do still think that you need to focus on the ones that help you get to where you are. Let's see. You had that in the charity gigs, prizes. Yeah, see, we so pretty much any time people have reached out to ask us if we would contribute a pin for a fundraiser or like if they're hosting an event of some sort, then we would definitely do that. Because if you think about it, how many people are going to be in that event? And then that's just that many more eyes on your work. And if you want your work to be sold, you have to have the exposure. You offer a lifetime warranty? Your mom stepped on her pin, oh man. You're just trying to provide and make a few bucks, long and short of it, but it's pricey to set up for those shows, which again, going back, is the worry that you're laying all this money out to no return. Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm talking about when it comes with having one foot out the door already. You're already thinking that it's not going to be successful. And so, you know, I'm not into the whole, like, you manifest your destiny kind of thing. I think you forge your destiny. Like, if you have a direction that you want to go, you're going. Like, that's it. Also, Michael, take a look at the view count. Still think it's not when I talk. All right. But yeah, it peaked at 88 when I wasn't talking. Oh man. Hillbilly, I'll have to recap it tomorrow. But long story short, I was doing some testing and I thought that when I didn't talk, I would increase my view count, and when I did talk, it would decrease my view count. Which, based off of the viewers that are here, which thank you for being here, you all are awesome. But when it came to that, I predicted that when I do a silent stream, I get more viewers than I do when I'm talking. And so I feel pretty confident that the result is there. There we go. Let's see. If I make a few bucks. Yeah. And I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to make some money on it to kind of fuel the hobby. But at the end of the day, people are not differentiating your hobby versus someone else's whole life business kind of thing. And so I guess from the customer side, it's difficult to differentiate the two. And so when they have a hobby person and then they buy it and then say that they do like it, then they might have that thought of they can go to another handmade type of thing and get the same thing, which I think I should give people a little bit more credit. They'll know handmade is handmade. There are going to be, or there's probably going to be imperfections because, well, it's handmade. Each one is made one at a time. But yeah. But here's a thought. This will be kind of the closing thought because I gotta get the grill started up. So how about this, Michael? All right, in position. There we go. All right. So Michael, if you're worried about the expenses for that, in my mind that says that there's 1 foot out the door already, which isn't a big deal. It's totally your call on how you do whatever it is that you want to do. I think that you should pursue whichever best course of action that you should do. However, if I was to say that, or figure out the cost of all those things, and you sent me a number, and I paid that number, would you give me all the profits of what you made at the show? Yeah. This is a hypothetical, for clarity's sake. But yeah, if the setup of that was your concern and I offered to pay for it, would you be willing to give me all of the profits that came along with that? If there was any, right? Because maybe there won't be any. Anyway, just kind of an interesting thought. I don't know enough about you yet. And I hadn't seen your work, but, you know, it's one of those things that the way that I kind of think about it is, if you don't believe that what you're doing is going to produce the outcome that you're going for, then why would somebody else believe that would be the case? I don't know. I might be tapped. Oh man. Anywho, I gotta get going. It was a pleasure chatting with you. I hope that you have a wonderful evening. And yeah, Hillbilly Michael. Yeah, that was pretty much the exercise. I was trying to make it. It was a quiet stream for maybe an hour, and then it went back to talking. And the views peaked at like 88 when I was silent for a long time, and then when I started talking again, it was hovering at 50, and then it progressively went down. And so my thought initially was how many people that you're reaching, and having to do with either a language barrier or a preference of video style or an ASMR type of thing. I don't know, but I do think that having a silent stream had more viewers. Well, it did have more viewers than the talking. Oh, Michael, I wasn't trying to make it like that, man. Yeah. I wasn't trying to make it seem like that. It's more of a, yeah, I guess just different. Just different. But that's the thing is, it's free. It's a free country. I don't know how free it is there, but it's free here, within reason. And you do what you want. So, I mean, my thoughts can be completely wrong. I don't know. But it's just an interesting thing to ponder, I'd say. Yeah. But I appreciate you hanging out, and I enjoyed it. But yeah. Until next time, I'll probably be streaming tomorrow. I hope to get, well, I don't have very many left actually, so I will be going, moving towards fountain pens next, which will be, you know, it'll be fun. I like turning fountain pens. But until tomorrow, I will take care. Have a good night.